Are we live? Hi, DM.
Here I come to save the day.
Oh, damn, DM. You get an oily point. DM! What does that bring you to? DM, that brings you up to 4 oily points. 4. Son of a bitch, Maddie. Oh, thank you, DM. Thank you. You're rich now. Well, it sounds like you've gotten a decent amount of commissions lately, right? No worries, Pickles. Hi, Omizu. Welcome in, bud. Fantastic, DM. Congratulations. Fantastic. Alright. We'll wait a few minutes for people to get in here. Good, made an offer on one of the places. Houses were largely great and in great condition. But the question is if we can get the houses, you know, the house for the price that I want. So we didn't get an update today because the one that we made an offer on was a foreclosure, and apparently there's some government involvement. So apparently that takes a little bit longer than usual to hear back on it. Good evening, Martin. Welcome in, bud. So so the realtor made it sound like tomorrow would be the earliest we'd hear back. Yeah. Hi, Marianne. Welcome in. We are making watercolors today. Good, Rubel. Good. Jan, welcome in. F. This is my current stock of watercolors, everybody. Now, not all these are usable. As in, some of these are not, like, ready to be sold yet. But this is currently what I have. So we're gonna be making more of these and a couple new colors. Not edibles, fucker. That is cobalt turquoise you're seeing, DM. Cobalt turquoise. We have cadmium red light, quinacridone magenta, Venetian red, chromium green oxide, yellow ochre, burnt umber, ultramarine violet, cobalt turquoise, benzimidazoline yellow, ultramarine blue, Mars crimson, and burnt sienna. This is the last of the Mars crimson I'm ever making. This is all that we have. So if you want Mars crimson, this is it. Eat. No. Let them eat paint. I mean, it's a redundant color between, you can see how close it is to burnt sienna anyways, but between Venetian red, burnt sienna, burnt umber, this, you could mix this color fairly well. Good, Lost Traveling, good. I am making Viridian today. So this is Viridian. This is the first one we're going to make today. Viridian. So I no longer need this for oil paints. No longer need this for oil paints. So I'm gonna. This is my last remaining Viridian pigment, And you can see this is 100 grams. This is only 100 grams of the pigment. $52. $52 for that amount. It's only 100 grams. Not drugs. Not drugs. I should make some more. So we're running low on chromium green. We need to do burnt sienna because a lot of the burnt siennas like sink in. Same with the yellow ochre. So those are priorities. I should also do some more cadmium and touch up cobalts, but I also want to make benzimidazoline. So I mean, basically, I want to kind of hit all of them. So in addition to the Viridian. We also might make another limited edition. I might start making it today, but I need to prioritize the other ones for the kit. Is quinacridone magenta crimson. So this is like alizarin crimson, but it's quinacridone. So it's a redder version of quinacridone magenta. So here, for your own reference, right? This is the crimson one. This is crimson. This is regular. You can see this one's a bit more red. So that one, I got that pigment by a mistake, and so that will probably be a limited edition watercolor. They're extremely, they're pretty much as light fast as you get, Maddie. Quinacridomes, pyrols, the bismuths are all extremely, extremely light fast, and heat fast, like temperature fast. So like. Temperatures won't affect them. So there are plenty of ways that color, it's not just light that makes colors fade. Temperature, environmental exposure to things like sulfur, right, can change it. But quinacridomes and pyrols were essentially designed for cars or were created for cars and aviation. Thank you, Jan. I appreciate it. So yeah, we'll go over our safety spiel though with making paints as always. I originally used Pyrol Red because it was cheaper. It was a cheaper version of cadmium red, and at the time I thought cadmiums were toxic in general. I didn't know about cadmiums not being toxic, so I'm like, oh, it's the same color, it's slightly cheaper, and, not toxic. Son of a bitch! Fucker! Every time I start answering a question. And so then I saw how strong tinting it was. And then, I learned, and it was still cheaper, and it went a lot farther than cadmium pigment does. We're starting off with a limited edition Viridian. Limited edition Viridian is our first one today. No, cadmiums are not toxic by ingestion. Cadmiums are more dangerous and have a cancer link by an FDA study when inhaling the pigment. No, we're on a streak of like, every time I start answering a question, somebody goes in for the kill. Fuckers. So. Yeah, so it's always, that's why I had the N95 mask out here. And I don't have a fan running in here. I'm sweating balls in my place because you don't want moving air. And you want to wear a mask. We got to see how much we yield, Shasta, but I will at least save you one. Right now, Amy, Joe, and you, and I believe Maddie have really had strong interest in Viridian. So, probably around 82 degrees, 83 degrees. Probably more than that. It's 82 outside. But I don't have a fan on me. But it's okay. I always love sweat lodges. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now, I will warn you, anybody who wants Viridian, Viridian's probably going to be a bit pricey even for a half pan. Like, a half pan of this might be $7. Just FYI. $7 to $8. I'm just letting you know, that this is not a cheap pigment. And depending on how much it sinks in, so we're only going to make half of this today. We're only going to make half of this today to see how it sits, so I can make full pans.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. I'm just saying. This is one of the most expensive pigments. Just so you know, Jan, true Yinmin blue pigment is, I believe, 6 times the price on Kramer for 100 grams. I believe Yinmin blue is $300 for 100 grams. Exactly, Maddie. Exactly. We can even check it right now. Hold on. Okay, sorry. 50 grams. 50 grams of Yinmin blue is $295 from a distributor. Just a little poison. Yeah, it's not worth it, Jan. It's just not worth it at all. It's just a neutral blue. Kramer is where I get this pigment. I got to see it from Kramer. See the logo on the top? Kramer Pigments is where I get some of my pigments from. I found a eBay dealer. I found Kramer Pigments, and Natural Pigments are where I get my pigments from. So yeah. We ready to get started, everybody? Yeah, it's Kremer. All right, we ready, everybody? All right, I'm gonna put on my mask. Ready, Freddy. So, all right, a mask on. We'll get some of these out here. Oh, I'm already topless, Jan. I'm already topless, baby. And pantsless. All right. Wink! Yep, it certainly is. All right, so I got an N95 mask on. You don't want to breathe in any pigments, all right? Don't breathe in pigments. I don't have a fan running. You don't want air movement when you're exposing yourself to dust. We have our medium. Just don't do it. So I'm going to use up the rest of this Rublev one, and then we got my homemade medium for other stuff. Once this is out. All right. We got the glass butt plug, right? This is for molding. I'm almost positive, Lizzie, that you got every single one. The butt plug is essential. Did you possibly lose it? This is a beginner's. This is my beginner size butt plug. Okay. So we're gonna try and do roughly half. You know, this is more than I thought it was coming out of the bag, so. It's a bit. It's a bit like cobalt. I mean, it's blue. It's blue with yellow, and it's a pure blue. There is no red in this whatsoever. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna spread it out a little bit, and then we'll make our well. So this is watercolor medium. This is water with distilled water with gum arabic, vegetable glycerin, and honey. They're both pretty off, Jan. They're both pretty off. I'm surprised. This is my camera one, and it looks this is more blue. So this one is more accurate, but this is darker. What I'm seeing is darker. Because you'll see how dark this gets. We'll start off with that amount. You'll see how dark this gets. None of these colors, though, are very accurate to what I'm seeing. I also don't have my normal lighting on this, so... So now we're just gonna mix into a fairly fluid paste. Okay, so this one doesn't like to mix that well. Maybe we'll get really good yield out of this. That'd be surprising. If this gets really good yield, I would possibly do this color more. Well, fantastic, Lizzie. I'm glad to hear that. Oh my God! Thank you, Jan. That's very kind of you. Jesus Christ! Well, I appreciate it, Jan. You've been very generous to me, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, let's continue to mix. So you're going to see this gets dark. Now, do you know why this gets darker? Why does this get darker when we mix in a fluid or a medium? Do we know why? Does anyone know why? Why does this get darker when we mix in a fluid? Right, that's the main reason, transparent. Nope, it's because this is semi-transparent. This is not fully transparent. This is not fully transparent. This is semi-transparent. So it gets darker, but not by much. The physics reason why is because it has the same refractive light index. The pigment does, or a similar light index as the fluid. No, it actually doesn't have to do with, well, it has to do with particle size, and it doesn't. Viridian is not that small of a particle size, though. It also has to do with so there are pigments that are the same exact size. Son of a bitch! Paperclip, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I know your power was out for a while. So we're just going to try and make sure everything gets covered here. Fantastic.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. DM, we'll see you later. I think this still needs a little bit more medium. We're still a little bit thick. We're still a little bit thick. So this used a lot. Thank you, Mud. Holy. Oh my god, a hype train. Thank you, Mud. Thank you, Maddie. Hi, Sashi. I didn't even realize we were in a hype train. Oh my god. So this is going to be... this is using way more medium than it does with oil, everybody. So this might be a good yield pigment. Son of a bitch! Oh my god, Mr. Salt! Thank you. Okay. Alright, so we got a little bit more liquid in here. Pretty good yield. Pretty good yield so far. So let's... Thank you for the bits, everybody. And thank you, Jan, for the subs. Alright, so let's bring out the butt plug, and we can take off the mask.
What would fried watercolors taste like?
Like garbage! Like garbage, paperclip. Oh my god, thank you. Holy shit. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Mel. Don't eat the paints. Fuckers. Thank you so much. Holy frijoles, 96%? Thank you, Jan. Thank you so much. We just finished level 2. Oh my god, paperclip. Alright, so now we're starting to mold with the butt plug. Oh my god, level 3. Jesus Christ! Why, Maddie? Why? Pervert, Mr. Salt.
Oh my god!
That's horchata. Jesus! Oh my god! 2. How are you doing, Corrupt? Thank you so much, everybody. That's super kind. You're all fuckers. Oh, now you're condescending to me. Yeah, no, I have a black cloud that follows me around, Mal. I have a black cloud that follows me around. Oh, is it that raining that much? This is a good color. Fucker, get up. Son of a bitch. Okay. This was a surprising yield from this pigment based on my oil history of using it, everybody. So if it yields like this, this could be a permanent addition. It's just more expensive slightly though. But then we'd probably drop chromium green oxide. I mean, we could keep both of them, but One thing that's nice about... So chromium green oxide is cheap, but it's a pain in the butt to make. If Viridian is more expensive but easy to make, that's a good argument to drop chromium. It is not needed for a limited palette. Frankly, the greens aren't needed for a limited palette. It's just... but I still want to provide natural range. So you can't mix this color with the current palette. You cannot mix this color with the current palette. You can't really even come close to it. I mean, you can come okay close, but it'll be not as it won't be even close to the saturation. Because you could make this. You could mix chromium green oxide with ultramarine blue, and get kind of close. It just won't be as vibrant. And I love the color too. I used it in my palette for a while. Just with the use of phthalo blue, it's no longer needed. Just the one. If we do a bismuth color in watercolors, it'll be the lemon. It'll be the lemon. So Shasta, lemon yellow, bismuth vanadate lemon yellow, and phthalo blue will mix this. And phthalo blue will mix this. But I don't have plans to offer phthalo blue. Nope. Not lemon flavor. Jesus. Thank you so much, everybody, for the hype train. That was very generous of everybody. For the bits and the subs. Thank you so much. But we just got to make sure we mold this enough. Yeah, Shasta. So that's why I'm not including this in my palette on the oils in the future, because with if I'm using phthalo blue, I can make this no problem. We have a lot here. I only used half the bag. Hot damn. This is good. I don't even think I used half the bag on this. It used a lot of medium though. So I'm curious how much it will sink in. But, like, if this was chromium green oxide, we'd probably get half this amount of paint for the same amount of pigment. Choo choo. Thank you so much. Bit Fruity Moo. This is Viridian though. This is true Viridian. This is true Viridian. And phthalo turquoise is fully transparent. This is only semi-transparent. This is considered a semi-transparent pigment, but phthalo turquoise is commonly used as a replacement for this because of the price difference. Colored me impressed, though, that the yield on this is so good. One of the better yielding ones I've seen. You can come... this is basically the same color as phthalo turquoise, Amy Jo. This is essentially the same hue. Phthalo turquoise looks darker because it's fully transparent. But if phthalo turquoise was semi-transparent, it would look very similar to this. Very similar. Okay. Let's make a pile. Back to the pile. Yeah, Jan. Fuck. What colors did you get, Jan? Exactly, Shasta. Whenever you mix, it will, unless they are pure single pigments and they don't have dissonance between them color-wise, as in, right, this has no red in it. I can assure you there is no red in this pigment, right? But ultramarine blue has red in it, so it doesn't make a good green, or it doesn't make optimal greens. So a color that companies sell called cadmium green traditionally was actually just this and lemon yellow, cadmium lemon yellow. Discord general, okay. Let's see. Cadmium orange is fine. Emerald green is a hue color. It's most likely made from a phthalo. Your emerald green is probably just made from phthalo blue or phthalo green in some capacity. From the Gamblin emerald green. Sap green. True sap green is not made anymore. Sap green used to be a color whose process is no longer used anymore. So almost all sap greens are a hue of some type and not single pigment. Plus, I'm not a fan of the color. I think the color doesn't have a lot of use. Well, it has very little use in mixing. Very little use in mixing. Let's see. Ultramarine blue is fine. Old Holland had they have several ultramarine blues, and I think their plain ultramarine blue was one of the worst ultramarine blues I used out of a tube. So it was one of them. Is either ultramarine blue or ultramarine blue deep. Sap green lake. Why are you buying a lake? God damn it, Jan. No clue what that color looks like. Probably bad. Deep pink. Winton is student grade, so you'll probably hate deep pink. You'll probably hate that paint because it won't mix well with any of the professional grades. So you got about... You have only two colors that I would consider using. Probably bad. Yeah. So, Maddie, for example, Williamsburg French Ultramarine was a mixture of two pigments. And I forget what they were. Well, one was a normal ultramarine blue, and they had two pigments. That was their difference between their ultramarine blue. It seems like companies use that name at whatever whim they want. Yeah, and I mean, if you're just painting with it flat out from the tube, then it's fine. It will not mix well with your other colors. I mean, it sounds like it would be better for Jan. But, Jan doesn't mix that much. So, I'm not going to, like, with whatever paints I make, I'm not going to make a lot of colors. All right, so now we're going to, this got very thick. This is a very thick paint. And I added a lot of medium. Interesting. So now we're just going to put into here. You got to push it down to the corners. That looks like one of my hairs got in here. Somehow. One of my hairs, everybody. Two of my hairs? Two of my hairs. Don't know how, but it did. They were on sale. The bane of every artist's existence. But you got a lot of painting to do, Jan. I'm not going to make iridescent colors ever. You will never see me, as long as I'm painting impressionistically. I have no need for anything I choose to do with iridescent. So I'm not going to say never, but as long as I'm painting impressionistically, which I think I will be, I don't have a need for iridescence. And it will never be used, Jan. We're gonna get a lot of these out of here. We'll see how much they shrink. But this is very thick, and usually the thicker it is, the better they hold up in this stage. And I did use a lot of medium in this. Yes, you can, Shasta. I don't find iridescence pretty, Maddie. And they're not a constant color. I want my painting to look the same from all angles. I have no problem if you want to use them. I don't have a need for them. We're getting there, King. This is this will soon be an ashtray. God, this paint is so thick. Interesting. This is one of the more unique textures at this point. It got thicker too as I mold it. It did not loosen up. Very interesting. Maybe there was something I was missing when I was making the oils, but I still don't have a need for it. It's too expensive. That is not a property of a company, Amy Jo. That is a property of pigments. Certain pigments will granulate, some won't. That's not something special they did outside of choose to make that pigment that granulates like that. I would if I had a connection for getting tins at a reasonable price. But, like, if I were to buy them from Amazon, Salt, I would need to work it out with a company to make some for me, and I'd have to buy them wholesale. And I'm not ready to, like, buy anything wholesale for the sake of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't justify having to buy 500 tins at, like, $6 a piece when I don't even know if people are going to buy these again, I hope they do. But, people's interests change. They're still not cheap. So it's like... So, yes, I have put thought into that, and that's what I concluded. No, but I mean, like, right... I've given away 3 sets, and I've sold 12 or 13 now. But, like, it depends on how much they use them. It depends, I can't guarantee that I'm, like, more are going to sell. Right? I'm not, like, I have them on Etsy, and I haven't had, like, I've had a couple looks, but no one bought them from Etsy. Now it's at a more expensive price on Etsy, but... We're getting a lot of these, everybody. Clay, you would need a special, glaze on it. I'm sure Mud could do it, but I don't know if I could afford, I don't know, because it would still cost Mud. I mean, it'd still probably be like $50 from Mud to make one, I imagine. It'd still be a lot of time for her. Because I'm already kind of selling these paints as cheap as possible as I could. Yeah, exactly, Salt. And especially because I'm hand filling all these too and have to go back to them. That this is not the only time I'm putting into these. These most likely won't dry like this, and I'll have to go back to them and refill them. Snake oil's on the way, Amber. My scientists are working on the snake oil as we speak. They're working on the hair regrowth part, where it'll fully regrow or bring back your full natural head of hair. They're working on that aspect of it. Tomorrow? It's Wednesday tomorrow. This is a good color. So this is right now, everybody. This is a limited run. If people really like this better than the chromium green, and like I said though, this one is more expensive. This pigment is more expensive, but I'm getting good yield. I'm gonna see how many pans this makes, and then figure out the cost from there. Because so far, this one has been one of the better. This is like yielding like benzimidazolone, but I'm curious how these will shrink down or change when they dry. But if I get like 20 out of 100 grams, that would be I mean, that would still 20 out of 52 plus my time. It would only be like a $4, $5 one, which is not bad. This is Viridian Sashi. This is true Viridian as well. This is not the hue colors that most companies sell, and this is pure Viridian, no fillers once again. So this will be as strong as you can get it, and it's not fully transparent, it's semi-transparent. Real deal. 100 grams of this pigment was $52. But I only used roughly 50 grams. Yellow beans! Oh, holy beans! Beans and toast! Welcome in. Welcome in. Son of a bitch! Senor Salt. Yellow beans, give me your links now. Yellow beans, if I don't see those links from you... Oh shit, I'm doing this awesome. If I don't see those links from you soon, we're gonna have a problem. Hi, Yellow Beans. Welcome in. What were you working on? I apologize, I'm not familiar. We are... Oh, fuck. Dip my thumb in this. Whatever links you want to share. If you're art stream. This is mixing similar to benzo, but the thing is, Amy Jo, this is not how this what surprised me here is Viridian's not like this with oil. Viridian is not like this with oil. So that's what's the surprising part. Viridian hasn't yielded high for me with oil, but it's yielding exceptionally high with watercolor medium. But Yellow Beans, whatever links you got, Instagram. Were you an art stream? What were you like? Are you or were you like a game stream? Yeah, see, we already got 5, 10. We already have 15 of them. There you go. All right, good. Everybody must follow Yellow Beans. Everybody must follow Yellow Beans. Well, it might be a better price than we expected, Amy Jo. It might be like $5 a piece instead of like what I thought, possibly 7 or 8. Oh, well, interesting stuff, Yellow Beans. Really cool. Thank you for rating in. Everyone, go follow it's Yellow Beans' Instagram is Sophie Colors, or else we're gonna have a problem. But I'm not, Amy Jo, I'm not gonna guarantee I'm gonna do more of it. But at this stage, it has impressed. It has massively exceeded my expectations. Thank you for the follow, Yellow Beans. Sashi, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, Sashi. No, how we make the snake oil is basically we get king cobras, we get alpha king cobras, and we all put them together, and then we make them choose an alpha alpha, and we take that alpha alpha and turn it into snake oil. That's how we make our snake oil. Makes your wiener bigger, cures cancer. It will make your hair grow back. Pretty much everything, any ailment you could think of. Salt, you don't want to know. Cold press. Like how they do with olive oil. No, the 14 inches was just something my scientists found with these watercolors. If you use these watercolors, your wiener will get 14 inches bigger. If you use these watercolors, instantly gain 14 inches to wiener size.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Amy Jo, well, my scientists say a lot more. My scientists say a lot more. Do they know what happens? No, the other ones don't. The other ones don't. Well, they usually die in the alpha process anyways. It's just kind of how it goes. It is, Sashi. Well, that's why you need your Magnum condoms for your massive dong, Maddie. God, this is making so fucking much. Wonderful. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Beans and toast. I forgot to get swatches ready. Yep, illicit. It should be a good one. I mean, I think you'll like it. We'll see, it's a little bit more narrow than the chromium green oxide, in my opinion, in this palette. Because you got like cobalt teal and ultramarine blue and like a bluish purple. But we'll see. If you all like it, I'll make it again. Let me, so we got to clean up, but, so we got, let's see, 5, 10, 15. This made 22. Now, we'll see how I have to, fill them back up again, but if I truly get 22 out of this, oh, I'll get, like, I still got half a bag. That would make this actually a cheap watercolor. Because let's say realistically I get 30. With my time, I'd probably charge $4 a piece. There's no way around that mess, Mr. Salt. There's just no way around it. We'll see how they dry, though. I mean, no joke. This is like, if I had the same amount of cobalt turquoise, I'd get like 7. Cobalt turquoise has like the worst yield out of all these. And chromium green oxide and cobalt turquoise have the worst yields. That's why cobalt turquoise is the most expensive one to buy on its own. But sorry, I'm transferring these over before I start to clean. Does look good though. Yeah, I don't plan on getting rid of cobalt turquoise. It's one of the bigger cobalt turquoise is the single most difficult to make. Mars crimson was easy to make, like the yield was fine, but when it dried, it sunk in a lot. So that in turn made it also difficult that I had to constantly like refill the Mars crimsons, sometimes 3 times, to get them to be a sellable like half pan. So we'll see how, like, these are all slightly overfilled, right? But I'm curious how much they'll shrink or crack or, you know. But if it's like benzo needs a second fill because they'll crack, but they're but they hold pretty well. Oh fuck. All right, so. Oh, sorry, did I miss it? Hi, NG Walk. All right, let me find some paper for swatching really quickly. Yeah, so we'll talk about this after I clean up, cause oh, there was a lot on here that I could have put. Hold on, I could still. Oh, damn it. Maybe I just put this in another one. That's what I'll do. Okay. Sorry. Trying to save all the pigment. Yeah, so basically I am of the belief that lemon yellow is better than benzo yellow, and I don't like that benzo yellow doesn't last you guys a lot of time. So I don't like how little time benzo yellow lasts. That's my problem with this. Let's do this. Yeah, no, a yellow of that thing, but if you're mixing it, lemon yellow will mix better. So let's see if we can swatch this a little bit. I do have buff white, but I don't know if I'll ever include that in a set. But I might sell it as an individual. All right. Good enough. So here. Problem is, it's not very. Trying to get this stronger. Who doesn't love a good buff tit? Pineapple Kush, welcome in. That's enough of a swatch, huh? So here, you see some granularity? You see some granularity in this? Let that dry and we'll clean up. Okay. So we'll talk about, so I'll make both of them today. We'll make both yellows today. I showed you the difference yesterday on stream. So benzo yellow is warmer, okay? So it's less of a pure yellow than lemon yellow is, okay? So there's red in it. What that means is that it hurts your ability to mix greens. It's still not bad for greens, but it makes a worse green than lemon yellow does. And, what's it? It doesn't brighten things as much, but I mean, it still does, but like, it's a finite difference. But the biggest reason is I think bismuth will go farther for all you. So it might be like $1.50 more. It might be $1.50 more, but it will probably last you at least 50% more. Oh my god! Fucker! Green bag! Green bag, welcome in, you son of a bitch. People also have been raiding right when my ads have been going. It's happened like 3 times since yesterday. Good. I'm glad Greenbag's stuck in ads. Yeah, Lizzie, what I want this to be more than anything is transparency. I want transparency. I want you to understand what I'm thinking about, like, when I create the set. I want you to understand that, like, I'm trying to make one that's reasonable, that can mix well, but the colors themselves are individually good, and I'm not trying to bloat the set just so I can charge more for it, right? That's my goal with this. Damn it, Greenbag. Fucker! How was your stream? Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully these Viridians hold up well. Alright, so let's do what color should we do next? Well, good. Well, good, Greenbag. And thank you, Lizzie and Amy. Y'all have been very supportive, and I do appreciate that. I really need to do cadmium red, though. I need to do so. Let's do this. Let's not do the yellow yet, because I need to make sure I do some of these colors that need to be touched up. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you so much. How are you doing, bud? Are you enjoying your badly made paints? They are all a bunch of... You know what? True, Jack. You are a sweet little angel. You are one of my sweet little angels. So we're gonna do cadmium red next. You're in for cad red too? Okay. So here, so I'm bringing them out. So you'll see, this is why I have to go back to it. So you see how this one, it's not showing very well. Here. Oh, you can't see it well there either. Do you see how there's there's that dent and a crack there? Good. So you see, I fill these back up when that happens, right? That is cad red light, and you'll see that some of them like have like a gap in the corner. See the gap in the corner, right? That wasn't there when I, filled it originally, and so I try to make sure that like they're presentable, or minimally not even presentable. I try to ensure that they're. I guaranteed you a half pan full of paint, and that it's there. Yeah, and it is, and I just want to make sure that you guys aren't losing paint, essentially. Not for me, nihilist zealot. But I just want, so point being is, several of these, I just want to touch up the middle and fix the corner and refill this one and make some more. Because we only have, this is all I have right now of cadmium red light. So... cadmium red light. Oh, wait, this, okay. So this one, really make sure you always have a mask, and try not to get this in the air, because this is probably the single most dangerous pigment outside of lead, arsenic, or mercury for making paints. For making paints, not for using. All right, we ready? Let's do this. So this amount of pigment, by the way, in this tub was $30. It's $31.50 for this amount of pigment, okay? To give you perspective. We are using about, I could probably actually put out a little bit more than what I did. We're going to use about a third of what's in here. Now let's do a little bit more just in case. Doesn't hurt. But you'll see the difference. So we're using a similar amount. We're using a similar amount of that Viridian. Okay? This is probably slightly less than the amount of Viridian, but very close. I'm talking we're probably within 5%. Okay? You'll see the difference in yield. You'll see the difference in yield. God, it's so vibrant. What glue is this? This is called cadmium red light paint pigment. Oh, that's what? Yeah, watercolor medium. It's a mixture of gum arabic, distilled water, honey, and vegetable glycerin. So this one mixes a lot easier. It uses a lot less medium. Uses a lot less medium. Well, I think that's enough medium. Okay. It is a pretty red. Well, this is why. So, guys, this color is very close to what vermilion was. And think about seeing a color like this back in the 1600s. Like, oh, holy shit, that's probably the best color on our palettes, considering everything was portraits as well. This is an extremely useful color for portraits. It's low on my priority list, but I might, Amy Jo. We got a lot to do that I want to make. You see, this one's very easy to mold, but a lot less yield. A lot less yield than that Viridian. What is that movie, Pleasantville, Jack? What was it, Pleasantville? That was the movie that was black and white, then went to color. Yep. Oh yeah, Wizard of Oz too. Wizard of Oz was the first 3-strip Technicolor film, I believe. take off my mask. Now, there is a chance, everybody. There is a chance that it won't be Cad Red Light in the future, but it will be Pyrrole Scarlet. Pyrrole Scarlet. Might use this in the future as a replacement. Based on a few different factors. But it's the same color. It's the same color. But Pyrrole colors has the same properties, right? It's opaque as well. Pyrrole is more light fast. And stronger tinting. So you might get better value out of it as well. And I am light fastness is even better than cadmium's. All right. Okay. Mold enough. Good, Maddie. I mean, Addie. Good. Good. Pretty colors. All right. I'll put you off to the side. Good. Now let's bring you over here. All right, so the yield is less, probably about 30 to 40% less than the Viridian. And it's thinner, right? Hi, West Coaster, welcome in. So you see, we don't have as much. It's more fluid, right? It's not as thick as the Viridian. All right, so let's fill these up. It is a very, very intense pigment. So now we're filling up this one that was like very little. You know, it's just the ending of the filling. So now I'm going to touch up all these ones that have a little bit of sinking into them. All right, some don't need very little, but I'm still going to do that. To hide all the defects in the badly made painting process. This is all to trick the customer, okay? This is all to trick the customer. to hide the cotton and weights I hide underneath it to make them seem like they're more impressive. Duped. Exactly. Bamboozled. I haven't done any more with the pirate ship since the last discussion, just because I've been doing other stuff, specifically with the home. So I do plan on doing it. I just, for my researches, I need to find a way to print my own labels. I don't have a printer at the moment, but my parents do. But so then I have to get the printer paper and or the label paper and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I figured that part out, Maddie. Everything I right now what I do is I wrap them in parchment paper, and then put them in a Ziploc baggie, and they don't stick to the parchment. So that part has been completely figured out. At least nobody has told me about any issues with it since those ones. Maddie, on your next order, you will get your second curse. You'll get an additional curse because you did not get your initial one. So when I first put in paint, I scraped the bottom to try and get all the corners filled. You better. I am sweating my nards off. Shooby-doo bop. Alright, we need a little bit more of these. This is cadmium, Blink Dog. But it's only when inhaled, not by ingestion. Oh, and Blink Dog, I looked into the Carmine Lake thing that we were talking about the last time you were here. So Carmine Lake refers to both cochineal and Kermes-based lake pigments, just FYI. It refers to both of them. It's like a larger classification of them. In case you were curious. No, technically, you were correct and incorrect at the same time. The question was regarding Renaissance Red Lake colors, where Carmine Lake refers to multiple of the three that I was considering. So it's just different. Carmine Lake is more of a classification than a pigment name. But you can make that same argument for like umbers and stuff like that. Umbers and ochres. Don't you dare, nihilist. But how have you been, Blink Dog? Nice to see you again, bud. Hope you've been well. Hopefully these hold up pretty well. As far as I hope these don't sink in badly. They'll sink in a little bit though. Good, Blink Dog, good. Yeah, it was interesting. You know, there is obviously a difference between glazes and paint pigment names, but it was just interesting to learn about. But good to hear you're doing well. Alright, do I need to touch up any one of these a little bit? Maybe. Cool. All right, so how many do we have right now? If these 8, 9, 14, 20, 22, but some of them will have to be touched up again. Come on, don't stick, please. All right, Maddie. You there? Shasta, are you there? Or Amy? Whoever answers first gets to choose the next color. Shasta got there first. All right, Shasta. Chromium green oxide or yellow ochre next? I asked you first, Maddie. I asked you first. You didn't answer quick enough. No, chromium green oxide. Did I say cobalt turquoise? I meant chromium green oxide or we could actually, you know what? We could do cobalt turquoise next. We could do because I need to do cobalt turquoise today too. So. No. We'll do cobalt turquoise. Good. All right. Excuse you. All right. Oh. So this is the Viridian and how it dried. So you can see the. Thank you. You can see the granularity. This is the Viridian, everybody. That's something you like or want. They will be for sale shortly.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
No. So that's the cadmium red. It looks more vibrant here. It's more vibrant here.
I be stroking.
We'll do a thinner one. Okay. All right. Not a nerd. Hi, Dan. I am nothing but a super cool guy. Oh my god! Ruble? What the hell? Can't believe it. You murdered me, Ruble. Can't believe it. I thought you were different. I thought you were different. But it just turns out you're another cold-blooded murderer. Why no D? D wipes you're talking about? What do you mean, no more D? Because D wipe are only used when I use lead. Are only needed when I use lead. And that's for my skin as well. It's not for the palette. Have you ever thought about giving your paints names like Color of My Poop Red? Nope. Because, Maddie, I find that actually to be a very poor practice within the paint industry. Because it's only trying to get you to buy the same pigments with just a different name. And that's not... it's something that is very, I think, problematic. And is bad business, in my opinion. Yeah, but I don't want anybody... I don't want to sell a paint that could be... that is just a mixture of two I already offer. I am against that practice. AKA, look at Jan and all the paints he's bought. Not ragging on you, Jan, but that's the reality of it, is people will buy paints that they can mix with colors they already have because they have a different name. Nick, that's true. That is, like, nicknames are fine, but I you know, I'm you know, I want people to know, though, that they're getting cadmium red light before anything. I resemble that, Mark. See? I know you do. I know you do. Alright. Think we're clean enough. Alright, so we said cobalt turquoise was next. You can give them nicknames, but I am gonna be afraid. You know, I don't expect to show them on anywhere I sell them without anything but their pigment name, so people know exactly what they're getting. Basically, Maddie, what I'm trying to do is what I wish paint companies would do, and there's only one I'm aware of that does, but even them, they have certain secrets. Certain secrets. Eat this guy. Okay. So let's bring out our cobalt turquoise. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta take this phone call. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. That was my realtor. That was my realtor. Okay. We're going to do this one, and I need to make another call. Yeah, they countered offered really shittily. We lowballed, and then they basically didn't move from their listing price. So we're gonna make another counter offer, and we'll see how it goes. They were just explaining to me some of the notes that they had in there and stuff like that. No, we talked it through. It's all right. I mean, you know, we'll see. We shall see. I do need after this, we do this color though. We're gonna take a quick break so I can talk with my my ma about something that we need. And I have a thunderstorm. No, not yet. We're making this one. And then I'm gonna make a phone call after this color. Ma! This paint really gets stuck to the sides, so you gotta scrape it out. Ooh, hot damn, Sweet Pea. Milo! Alright, that's enough. I need to save this because I'm going to weigh it. Valzer 10, thank you for the follow. So this one has been traditionally a very poor yielding pigment. So we're going to put down a little bit more than we usually do on this. Maybe another scoopful. It does not, Dan Deemer. It tastes like death. Okay. So let's bring you all up here. It's not kiwi. Damn it. Possibly Shasta, I don't know. Their counter offer was, to give you perspective, I'll just tell you. It was listed for $145. It was listed for $145 and it had been on the market for almost 90 days. Okay? Which is usually a bad sign for places. So we lowballed and offered 100, and they came back and said 144. They said 144 as a counter offer. So not really like any movement and stuff like that. And it's being sold as is, too. Well, no, this is just going through a bank, Pickles. It's going through a bank, and usually banks negotiate well, because sometimes banks just want it off their books. And that's why we made such a lowball offer, because ethically I also don't have an issue. Okay, so we're using the new medium, by the way, now. Well, the counter offer I just approved was 105. All right, so this is my medium. We're using my medium now. You know, my medium could probably use a smidge more water, I think. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe a paler honey. But that color is all from the gum Arabic anyways, so... Yeah, it was a shitty counteroffer. So, we're going to see, you know, we'll see how this develops. We're going to see how it develops. Frankly, I don't want to go more than 120. Especially when moving to Iowa. Not that that matters to them, but that's just mine. Yeah, I mean, let's see, like, you know, the one thing, Pickles, is if this was a person selling it, not a bank, I wouldn't lowball that much, right? This was a foreclosure and from a bank. And I was told that their negotiating process was more based on computer stuff than people interactions. So there was, you know, it was partly testing the ground. So I could talk more with you too about it if you want. I mean, I've been through this process before, but I've been buying from I bought from people before, so. No, that's the thing. It needs no work. The place was like concrete foundation, no cracks. Obviously, the roof, like, you know, I can't expect the roof. So there could be a leak from the roof, but I saw no damage. It was in perfect condition. But that's how, like, good places go for 120 in this place in Iowa. Yeah, it's a huge one, isn't it? Now you can see the issues I have when I'm painting. Because this is not enough yellow. There is more yellow in this. This is just as wrong as this one is. These are equally as wrong right now with blues. There is way more yellow on this camera, less yellow and more blue in this one. See previous discussions about getting better cameras. Yeah, I got you, Pickles. It's just this one is in a small area, and it's been on the holy shit, Pickles. Big dick Pickles. But it's been on the market for, it'll be 90 days tomorrow, Pickles. It'll be on the market for 90 days. And for something as in good as in condition as it is, for it to be on 90 days, it has to be massively overpriced. I don't think I do. Generally, the appraisal is a part of the mortgage process in the United States, but not prior. But you could look at the area. You could find the comps yourself, you know? I didn't know you were in real estate, Pickles. I should have been asking you for help this entire time. Well, I might have some questions for you, or if you'd like to, like, let me know some things you think about it, you know. But obviously, Canada's probably going to be a little bit different in its market, but. Son of a bitch. Oh, really young. There was a lot of duplexes for sale in certain areas by me where I could buy a duplex and rent out the other one. But then I'd have to be careful about streaming, like keeping the hours I keep, and they were not like great quality places either, so it's like I also don't want to be a landlord. Even if financially it would help a lot. But I keep weird hours. I scream during this, goddamn stream. I don't want to get complaints from somebody I'm renting to living right next door to me. Also, the quality of the buildings were very questionable. Oh, yeah. Well, especially if you get, I wouldn't be a shitty landlord, but I could be taken advantage of. I wouldn't want to charge a lot, obviously I get. But, like I said, the quality of the buildings scare me with the price that they were. Fucking maniac, Liam. He's always yelling, son of a bitch, at like 2 in the morning. And then, God forbid, if you get a situation where they're not paying you. Oh, that's good, Pickles. So I'm cleaning up. I'm retouching up some of the existing ones I had. Make sure that they're good. Cobalt pigments are very weird with their texture. Cobalt pigments have some of the weird, stringiest, stickier pigments in this form that I've encountered. You're fine. The rest of these I think are fine. It's just those, yeah. Good enough on those. Yes, same, Jan. I would. I think I would get taken advantage of very easily. And I've had bad experiences with neighbors, and if you take a crapshoot, you're gonna be hard to tell how they are as tenants. Oh, fuck. Wrong end, everybody. I was just putting it in the wrong end, everybody. Yes, absolutely, Blink Dog. Blink Dog, are you on Discord by chance? I do. I just the painting I finished yesterday was a commission. Yeah. So if you join my Discord, Blink Dog, send me a message. Send me a DM on Discord, and we can discuss it. We could discuss it there. And I do take commissions. Thank you, Jan. Oh, so everybody that got, the painting I finished yesterday. The painting I finished yesterday was that commission for Dave. He said the funniest thing to me yesterday when we were talking after stream, and he's like, I want to talk to you about another commission, and I'm like, sure, great. He's like, well, it turns out I have another 3-year-old son. And he's like, it'd probably not be a great look to have a painting of just one kid and the mom. And I thought that was so funny. Yep. Well, that was a quote my dad told me about my grandpa. I never met my grandpa on my dad's side. And my dad was the oldest son out of 9 kids. And apparently after the 9th one, he heard my grandpa joking about, he owned a grocery store in Chicago. And he said, oh, I finally figured out why I'm having so many kids. He's like, so I finally figured out I don't think we're going to have any more. Yep. Very true, Sweepy. You probably know very well. Them's the rules, Blink Dog. Well, I think he wants... So, apparently that painting is a surprise gift for his wife. I think for their anniversary, I think. For some event, right? And yeah, so, like, I think he just wants to, I think he really liked the picture I did. The one he requested, obviously. But he doesn't have one with the sun in it, so... So, like, I might be doing that within the next couple weeks, by the way. Hi, Talia. It is lies. Only lies here. How are you doing? Nice to see you. I hope you've been well, Talia. Motherfucker! Mal. How could you? How could you, Mal? On this one, they're not. This one needs more yellow. This one needs more blue. They are both kind of equally off. If you look up cobalt teal, Mallory, if you look up cobalt teal, Gamblin cobalt teal, that color is going to be very, I mean, very close. Maybe like a 2% difference. Thank you, Pickles. Now this is in your set, Mal. You'll see it in person when you get it. You'll see it in person. Ooh, fuck. I overfilled that one. Alright. There we go. Not a bad haul. Well, it is the best stream in general, Talio. I was voted by myself as the best stream on Twitch. Voted by myself. And so that, I think, holds a lot of prestige. Whoa. Very messy. Yep. I'm the only one who's ever won that award. I'm the only one who's ever won that award. Stop sticking to my glove, please. God damn it. Jesus Christ. You know what I'm gonna do? Because this paint is sticking to my glove, and we're taking a break anyways. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just handle these without the glove. Gives me a lot less, or a lot more control. It's already there, Pickles. Already there. Next to Michael Jordan. Next to Ernest Hemingway. Yeah, simple problem. Yeah, I have thought about that, Jan. I will do that for you. I promise. I do assure you, I will. I just got to do my research into what is like legally good for a provenance record or letter, but I have not forgotten about that. Scandalous. Very scandalous. God damn it. This is one of the most aggravating parts of this, is actually just moving them to my tray. Especially when they're slightly overfilled. This part is infuriating. Well, I'm curious. One thing I am curious about, Jan, is if it needs to be notarized for it to be legally representative of provenance. And that's one thing I've thought about, but I haven't seen if that was if that was necessary or not. But I imagine in the United States it probably would need to be notarized. Usually a few days, Amy Jo. I'd like to give them at least 2. But fully dry out, probably I wouldn't ship these out for a week. I absolutely was not. Well, we made a lot of cobalt teal there, actually. Because now I got a bunch of it. And I need another tray. Alright. Okay. Let's clean up and then take a quick break. Okay. If you ever do want to do that, Jan, I'm gonna look into it though too. Like I'll give you that as you want. But if you ever wanted to like work out a notary situation, we could do that too. I don't even know how much notaries cost though. You could try and stop me, Jan. Do you guys realize that the person who uses the paints gets 14 inches? Can you imagine what the person who makes the paint gets? Do you have any idea? Fools! I have reached my final form.
What the fuck is that?
Yes. Yes, Pickles, -12. I'm only giving you a bit of my power. I don't know, it seems pretty limitless at this point. For a notary? Yeah, I believe I have a family friend who is a notary. I actually think I have two. But it would take a lot of time for them to, like, drive up. Or for me to drive to them to do. But I'm curious if I could I probably couldn't. I guess it'd be illegal to, like, you can't pre-notarize the... Takes money and time, Talia. Takes money and time, right? Just like anything. Yeah, that's what I really would do. If I could do it for free, Jan, I'll get that notarized. If I can do it for free, I just get it notarized. It could only help, I think. Watch, it's like provenance is instantly invalid with a notarized letter. All right, we do got to take a quick break though, because I gotta make at least one phone call. So, Maddie, are you there? Or Jan? Jan, you're here right now. Yellow ochre next or chromium green oxide next? Yellow. I do have to fix up a lot of these. A lot of these have sunk and have cracks in them. Let's bring these over here. Okay. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. And we will be back. And I forgot to make a goddamn... I'll do it another time. Let's watch. All right. All right, about 5 minutes, everybody. And we'll see you then, all right? Bye-bye. Yeah, all right. We are back, everybody. Are we live? We live? Are we live? Check one. Check one. Syphilis. Syphilis. Good, good. Is that live? Who knows? I'm not sure. Oh, we're not Amy Joe? Okay. The Prince of Paints is back. That's my new video game, Talia, is the Prince of Paints. I could stop sign. Stop time. It takes place in Persia. And I go around killing people and stopping time. It's called the Prince of Paints. Alright. Getting the gloves back on. Let's do this. All right, I really need to do this yellow ochre, and then I really need to do chromium oxide tonight. Really need to do chromium oxide tonight. And so then after that, we'll probably do benzimidazolone yellow and call it a night. Here you go, McMarty. All right, let's get the mask back on. And we'll make some yellow ochre with our homemade watercolor medium, everybody. We're now fully on homemade watercolor medium. Alright. So let's hopefully this doesn't just okay. A little dust, but that's okay. We'll go that amount. No, this comes from the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia, McMarty. I prefer the Blue Ridge colors, Blue Ridge umbers and ochres and siennas to the French, Italian, or Greek ones. Personally. And I've tried them. The French ones are a little bit too desaturated. And then the Italian and Greek ones tend to be too green, for my opinion. The Blue Ridge umbers, ochres, and siennas tend to be more red and more saturated in colors. And I use their Blue Ridge burnt sienna, Blue Ridge burnt umber, Blue Ridge yellow ochre. Spoon. So this watercolor mixture medium I made is a lot thicker. It's a thick boy relative to the one I was using before. So maybe it won't shrink as much. I'm hoping. Oh, yeah, yeah. It is kind of fun, McMarty, I bet, to be able to do that, or live in an area where those mines are. NG Wook, I made it myself. From a company, Jan. Like a pre-made tube, you're saying? Ultramarine blue green shade from Rublev or my Miri Puro were the two single best ultramarine blues out of the tube I've used. My Miri Puro or Rublev. I prefer supporting Rublev though. So ultramarine blue green shade is the exact one I use. Companies for some reason get really cheap on their ultramarine blue pigments. Like they mix in a lot of filler with that shit. Some of the worst tube paints from professional companies I've encountered were their ultramarine blues. Specifically Old Holland's ultramarine blue. It's either Old Holland's ultramarine blue or ultramarine blue deep was one of the worst or cheapest professional grade paints I'd ever seen with how much filler they used. It was disgusting. Also, Williamsburg French ultramarine blue was one of the worst I've ever seen. Yep, that's the one I use. Yep, NG Wook. I made this medium myself, by the way. I made this myself, NG Wook. See? Hence the squeeze bottle. And that is made with gum arabic, honey, vegetable glycerin, and distilled water. Yeah, NG Wuck, I buy a lot of pigments from Kramer. Here. We made this earlier today. I bought this from Kramer. I just NG Wuck, I save a lot of money this way. So here, to give you perspective, I threw that bottle out, didn't I? The bottle I got from Rublev was $16 for it was like 100 and it was 8 ounces. This it was roughly double the amount for a third of the price. For roughly a third of the price. It just took effort from me. I mean, it was a bit of a pain in the butt to make because it took a while for the gum arabic to dissolve. It took a long time, and I put it in a double boil. I put it in a double boiler for 8 hours for it to fully dissolve. So it wasn't like it was an easy process. But it's just measuring and mixing, and then letting it dissolve slowly under mild heat. But what I think that was the first time I ever did it too, though. So in the future, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in a mason jar and put them in hotter water. And hopefully that process will go a lot quicker. Is casing? Yeah. I never use casing because like I made watercolors originally as just a short like a simple thing because my mom expressed interest in watercolors, and I told her I could make her for $100. We could basically make enough watercolors because I had all the equipment to do it, and then I started offering to selling them to people, and now we're here where we're at now. Who suggested Plotchmans? This is yellow ochre. By the way, I'll take a look at it after Blink Dog. I'll send you a response after stream. I haven't looked at it yet though, but I will once I have free time. NG Walk, this works very well. Now the thing is, thank you, Pickles. That is the exact pigment I'm using. If you like yellow ochre, this is a very good pigment. I'd say watercolor casein is egg tempera, is more archival than watercolor in casein from my understanding. But the big things with watercolors is you just have to keep them environmentally controlled. You can't have, no smoke, no like stuff like that, because once that shit gets on the paint, that crud gets on the paint, you cannot take it off. It's a big problem with all those mediums that are can't be varnished or varnished in a traditional manner like oil paints can. So there is a varnish you can put on watercolor paintings. However, it is not reversible. So once that varnish is bad, that's how it is forever. Once it degrades, it's like that forever. Not to mention you're painting on paper, and paper is naturally less archival. That's one reason why I like oil paints and canvas. But if you were to take a watercolor and put it underneath glass in an environmentally controlled room, it will last a long time. But the reason why we, as a civilization, have very little pastels is because they degrade fast. They degrade very fast relative to everything else. Because they're also, you can't varnish them because you can't cover, like, it's just a mess. If you care about your stuff lasting a long time, I do not recommend using pastels the most. They have their own charm, but it's just an unfortunate reality of the situation. But maybe that will change with technology. Who knows? All right. Yeah, oil is the best for archival. Oil and I guess technically all right, so if you wanted to last the absolute longest possible of time, you would paint on copper, you would use lead white, you would not use any solvents, and it would be environmentally controlled and upkept, and that would pretty much last indefinitely. We're talking about oil pastels, Hoppy Stitch. Oil pastels are one of the least archival mediums out there, if not the most. That's why you don't see a lot of, like, I guess, like high-end art. Now that, you know, I can't really talk in the modern context. I'm talking about in like, there were impressionists who used pastel. Specifically, Degas used a lot of pastel, but that was at a time and period where people were starting to actively conserve paintings and had ideas on things to do to keep them in better shape. But, like, we have very little before the 1800s. Yeah, and I get why you like it. It's just, you know, unfortunately, by the nature of the medium, it doesn't last long. And we're talking in terms of decades here, though. So, like, would I be worried about a pastel in, like, 20 years? Not really. Would I be worried about a pastel in 50? Yes. Yes, you can always save it digitally. It's just, you know, it won't look the same, right? But you can conserve the essence of it, essentially. It seems like acrylics are holding up decently from, like, the ones in the 50s. But I'll be curious to see how conservation of acrylics go as we start hitting that, like, 100-year mark with some of them. Well, it's not even the texture. The colors are all wrong. If you make something physically and take a picture of it, the colors are different than what you have. Yeah, I'm very curious. Like I said, I just have, from what I know of conservation practices, which is a little, I know about materials pretty well. And I've seen some, like, you know, they're already preserving, right, acrylic works from the 50s and 60s, right? And they seem to hold. They seem to be holding up well, at least in this period of time. But we also, it benefits from the modernity of the understanding of art conservation too. So don't forget that, like, a lot of these oil paintings from the Renaissance, they had very little understanding of conservation while they were even conserving them, compared to what we know now. And not to mention the World War II fucking up so many paintings. Fucking Nazis. The Nazis ruined a lot of paintings. Hi, Mandelbrot. Not only did they destroy them, but they did not, like, destroy a bunch, but they also did not upkeep a lot. He's a material girl. You're goddamn right, Omizu. Oh, yeah. Very much so. Very much so, NG. Possibly, but you never know. You never know, right? Like, that could be the case, but, like, if it's just sitting in somewhere and there's no, like, if it's not environmentally sealed, most pieces of art will be ruined from that. If you can't control moisture, especially with, like, Renaissance stuff, if you can't control the moisture with Renaissance stuff, that stuff is ruined. At the age that it is. It does. Alright, does anybody know why moisture is one of the biggest problems for, let's say, pre-1800 paintings? Yeah, I've heard about that, McMarty, actually. I have heard about that. But do you all know why? There's two major reasons why moisture is a huge issue for Renaissance works. It actually isn't canvas, Shasta. Most of those paintings were not done on canvas. Nope, they weren't done on hemp either. Now, there were Renaissance paintings done on canvas, don't get me wrong. Yep, wood. So wood and moisture are a terrible combination. So it will warp, it will bend, it will stress the oil. Nope, and not mold. The other thing is rabbit skin glue. Do you know what a property of rabbit skin glue is? Rabbit skin glue is hydroscopic. It enlarges and bloats when it's around heavy moisture and water. So it will flex the painting a ton because they had to seal that wood to protect it with rabbit skin glue. And then secondarily, as Shasta noted, bugs love rabbit skin glue. Moisture NG is like water. It's like, like a lot of water in the air, right? Like humidity, high humidity, or just like water, leaking in, or like water droplets. So that's a big problem with a lot of rabbit skin glue lined stuff is bugs. Bugs will actually go eat the paintings because they want that rabbit skin glue because it's protein. It's just straight protein. Conservationally, it has been an issue before. Mold, of course, is an issue. Hot damn mud. That was like 3 seconds at most. Jesus. Good work. You know what? All right, here, we got a new contest. Hey, any mods who are here, I have a new contest. Whoever bans the bots first gets an oily point. whoever bans the gets the ban gets an oily point. Mod, you're gonna get an oily point for that. That was shockingly fast. You're at 78. Is vellum what you call rabbit skin glue? Yeah, I thought that was SiriBot because it was so fast, but Mud even beat SiriBot. Yeah. I mean, well, there's no reason to use rabbit skin glue anymore. The only people who use rabbit skin glue are just traditionalists. That's the only reason to use it, is you're like, I want to do what they did in the past. And, like, Williamsburg still sells rabbit skin glue. But rabbit skin glue is not better than modern adhesive or sealing components at all, even in the slightest. But the biggest users of it are the biggest users of rabbit skin glue are most likely conservationists who are trying to use the exact materials when they have to do relining and stuff like that. Oh, interesting. Well, the contest still holds true. If you can beat Siri to the punch, or Siri missed one, you get an oily point for the ban. Whoever gets it first. Right now, well, so I don't, when I prep things, so I just use the factory primer on my canvases. And sealing, because I can't do that better than they can, and I don't care about making it more smooth. So if your canvas is primed, you don't need to do anything more with gesso. However, I have prepared wood for painting, and I've used I sealed it with a PVA glue. I sand it down, then seal it with a PVA glue, and then I put the acrylic gesso over that. However, once I start doing grounds on my own, I'm going to use a lead oil ground. A lead oil ground for future priming. That's right, Jan. It does have it is fairly close to French's mustard. This yellow ochre. God damn it! Stop sticking glove. I'm running out of room on this tray, huh? I need to think of a better way to do this. You're telling me that there's other colors than yellow another? I mean, yellow ochre is one of like the historical colors. This was used in yellow ochre was used in cave paintings, everybody. Yep. And for anybody who wants to procure these paints, check out my fourth wall. It is another. Another, do you watercolor? Oh, good. I have missed that one. Fourth wall might be a good command to add. I also have merch in there. And I have prints in there. I don't have originals on there, though, either. Thank you, Mud. Oh my god! Holy cats! Holy cats, I'm being attacked! Butt plugs? No butt plugs. I don't have merch butt plugs. Fourth Wall doesn't offer butt plugs as merch, unfortunately. Cats, I shipped your, if you didn't see, I shipped your paints this morning. Fucker. Yet. Hey, if there's a glass workshop that wants to partner with me to make molars, I'd be happy to do it. But they will be called butt plugs on my website. I'd probably get in legal trouble for that, though, once the first injury occurs. I gotta figure this out. Sorry, transferring these takes... Because it, like, if it's... There's a little overhang, it sticks to my gloves, and I don't want to flip them over, because I've done that before, and it's frustrating. Very frustrating. Molars for her... for your pleasure. Yeah. Cats, are you there? Once Upon a Cats? You did murder me, but are you there? Just want to make sure you heard. It was, your paints were shipped with the wasps and centipedes and curse that they all come with. Alright, we need to do chromium oxide green next, and then we're going to do at least one yellow of the bright yellows. Okay, let's clean up. Over there. Oh, how am I supposed to clean it, Happy Stitch? How am I supposed to clean it? Oh, God. Nope, we do not eat our paints here, Poppy. We don't eat our paints first. All right. Never have I ever, shall you ever eat your paints, or else you'll join the fuckers club. Yeah, acrylic is a different process. I think acrylic doesn't require molding in the same way. I have not looked into making acrylics because I have absolutely no interest. Thank you, Jan. No, I have no problem if you use acrylics at all. In my opinion, though, acrylics are just are some of the companies abuse acrylics the most. There's a ton of bad marketing or poor quality paints for acrylics. And then as far as though the quality of their paint is, they cannot match the pigment load of oil paints. And the working properties of it do not lend themselves as well to certain methodologies of painting or methods of painting. And so yeah, you could still make wonderful art with it, and I will not tell people to not use acrylics. But the biggest ethics issues in the paint corporate paint world are with acrylics. Interesting, Once Upon a Cats. Oh, I got you, Maddie. I think gouache is... Here's my biggest issue with gouache is it doesn't really do anything unique. So it's like watercolors are unique and they're on the extreme of that end, and you have acrylics and oil paints on this end, and gouache is in between them, but it doesn't do anything, it doesn't do either better than the other two. Once again, if you like them and like using them, by all means, it's just a matter of, I don't think it like offers you anything unique. Yeah, and that's what I think it is mud too. I think it's just like a usability thing. Yeah, and once again, I'm not here to tell anybody to paint with something else. I advocate for oil paints, and I try to dispel a lot of the poor knowledge. Oh my God! But that doesn't change the fact you could do you could do beautiful artworks with pastels. You could do beautiful artworks with anything, and so I advocate for what I know and what I enjoy and what I like, and it's a pretty strictly representational, impressionistic viewpoint. And so, I picked them, like, I've used oils I started with oils for other reasons, but it also fits what I'm trying to do the best. What people want to do, whatever they want, and it's like telling somebody you shouldn't like a certain genre of music, right? If you fucking enjoy it, go for it. I'd much rather have you do that than use oils, because I'm telling you, oils are the only thing you can make art with, because that's a bunch of horse shit. But I'm sure people say that. You don't? Yeah. No, Maddie, that is completely right. I try to offer you a measured response on matters of opinion, but I will state things that are fact as they are facts, right? So, like, when I talk about acrylics as a medium cannot hold as much pigment as oil paints. It's just physically impossible. right? There's water in there. It's just more. It's more watered down. That leads to certain issues. You can't necessarily paint the same way with acrylics as you can with oils. However, you can get similar results. You are triggering me, Mud. That is triggering. Oh, fuck you! Fuck you, Jan! Okay. I wanted to do chromium green next. Alright, so these three need to be touched up. By the way, is there anybody who is interested in an ivory black watercolor? Yeah. I get you, Once Upon a Cats. Just know that my ultramarine blue and burnt umber can make black. I have extra ivory black pigment that I could make. Yeah, that will be fine, Jan. It'll just be middle of the road. It won't blow you out of your socks, but it'll be workable. So I have a decent amount of ivory black, but I don't have any plans to use it for oil paint anymore.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Are you? Are you repressed? Alright, chromium green oxide time. Yeah. That is true. I just won't include it in the set. Is the thing. But yeah, I could add it as a single add-on one. Do I want to add more than this? We're kind of running low on chromium green, and this doesn't yield a lot. Do I just use the whole fucking thing? Fuck it. Doesn't look like that much, actually. This is a pretty dense pigment, actually. But this one in the past hasn't yielded well. What's good about this pigment is the color, and it's cheap. It's a cheap pigment. You better not. You better not, Jan. I will say, though, if try to avoid at all costs buying any actual lake pigments. Mica. When they have that reflective surface and stuff like that, it's mica. Not mica, though. Not the cool one. I would avoid it, cats. All right. Well, it's a matter of, is the paint a single pigment is the first thing. So, for example, I will not buy a paint that is pre-mixed for me. Now, that is me. Paint name or Star Trek episode. I'd have to write those out, though. One note is I'd have to write those out. So by me asking the question, it's going to be fairly obvious. I think it will be, at least. Here, we'll test it out. We'll test out a few. All right. Is this paint pigment real or a fake name? Cadmium green. It is fake. Cadmium green does not exist as a individual pigment. It's a hue, right? I should add a little bit more. It is used by companies, but it's not a real pigment. So that name is used, but it's not a real pigment. It's a mixture. They traditionally use cadmium yellow lemon and viridian to make cadmium green. Okay. All right. Schwendingen Yellow Lake. I think that's how it's pronounced. Schwendingen Yellow Lake. Hi, the artist desk. Welcome in. Yeah, NG, you probably are going to realize that I'm not saying it correct at all. But it is real. It is a lake color offered by Old Holland. English only. That's what they title it in English. Oh, awesome. Well, Artist Desk, if you, I sell these watercolors. I sell a set of watercolors, Artist Desk, that are only pigment and binder, no filler, and I sell them for a pretty good price. So I sell these if you have interest. It's somebody on YouTube. Yeah, let me, thank you for doing that link. If you go into the fourth wall there, the fourth wall link, Artist Desk, they are for sale there if you have interest. I am Happy Stitch. Here. Thank you, bud. That should work. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, just, you know, future reference. If you enjoy watercolors, these are professional grade watercolors for a significantly cheaper price than what you can get them for. You might need to, Jan. Yes, you have my permission to do so, Maddie. In the future, of course. Maddie, I trust you. Maddie, should I make you my YouTube moderator? Can I do that? Will they allow me to do moderators at this stage on YouTube? Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm normally I make my own oil paints, Artist Desk, and I'm an oil painter. Ooh, this is... So my medium is so much more thick. Well, Amy and Maddie, do you want to be my YouTube moderators? If I can do that? Yeah. I feel like my medium needs a little bit more water. Because this is a thick boy. Little sticky, yeah. Oh, really? Okay. It's probably both. Artist-esque. It's probably both. Alright, so here, Schwenvingen yellow or whatever is a color sold by Old Holland. It's a yellow lake color that they sell. Old Holland sells a bunch of lake colors, by the way, that I actively advise you to avoid. All right, here's another one. Windsor Green. Windsor Green. Did I just cast a spell? Is Windsor Green a real pigment? I said, is it a pigment? Is it a real pigment? Oh god, this is the most difficult one to mole. Yep. So, this is something that enraged me the other day. In Winsor Newton's $98 watercolor set, they had Windsor Blue, Windsor Green, I think a Windsor Brown, a Windsor Purple. And no, those are not historical paint names. Those are ones that try to trick you into them using cheaper pigments and call it by a fancy name and charge you a preposterous amount of money for what they're giving you. The watercolor set had 12 colors in it, and it was $98. They had a alizarin crimson in it. They had alizarin crimson in it, and they had cadmium-free cadmiums. Cadmium-free cadmium, that horseshit too. They were literally the entire set was basically hue colors. Well, good, cats. $98 for that horseshit. I hope that shows you some of the hypocrisy. Or not hypocrisy, the horseshitness that is Winsor and Newton. So, I'm selling you actual cadmium paints. I know I'm just like a broken record on it. It pisses me off an unbelievably amount how like unethical and how fucking greedy it is. Oh, nice. Well, that's good artist-esque. Point being is Winsor Newton does not have any interest of yours as a consideration. Well, and I think that's another problem with the watercolor industry, Artist Desk, is how many colors they offer. Since you watercolor, you know that there are companies that have 280 colors on their line with finite differences that they'll explain to you. Yeah. Well, it's overpriced and it's cheap stuff. Just know, everybody, if I start talking positively about Winsor & Newton, it's because they've given me a lot of money. So don't even buy them if I'm talking them up. Yeah. I'd have to test out Sennelier to see. Because, you know, I don't know much about Sennelier, right? The fact of the matter is what I've seen is some companies really try and sound nice and fancy. And I'd have to see what, you know, it's still just the same pigments and binder, right? So what could they really do differently outside of giving you more pigment? And I would contend that Sennelier is not really doing anything. They're going to be better than Winsor & Newton, most likely. But I'm skeptical. I'm almost skeptical of every paint company until they prove me otherwise. Because I've been, you know, let down by a lot of them. Even companies I do advocate for. Well, the stunt painter finishes everything. My stream is just a work of video editing and special effects, and I guess all of your questions beforehand. I recorded this hours ago. Oh, God damn it. Doesn't that make it sad that this is the best we could do? Oh my god! Son of a bitch. Get out of there. Good to know. God damn it. God bless America. Okay. So mine, so one note with my new, what I'm seeing for my new medium is it's a lot thicker. So these might be slower to dry than what I had before, everybody. So the paints might be a little bit different. Because these are sticky fuckers compared to what I had before. I think I do need to put a little bit more water into my medium though. Sorry. My medium is, you know, because this is the homemade medium. It is a lot stickier than what I was using prior. So if what Shasta says is true, it seems like there's a higher ratio of honey and vegetable glycerin in this than what I was using before. Or the other one just had more water. Just as a whole. So I wonder how this will affect things. God damn it. This is going to be a pain in my... Filling these is going to be a pain in my balls if they're leaking like this. I do use honey. Honey and vegetable glycerin. You need honey. You need honey in watercolor medium, though. By everything I've read, you need honey in it. God damn it. Sticking my finger in it. I put this in a bad spot, too. Let's move this all closer. You said you used a lot of gum arabic. Do you think that might be it? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to see how they dry. The texture is different. Because it's actually difficult to put them in the tray with how sticky they are. So I'd like to just do them all at once. So I can focus on that. See, like this one is overflowing, but I think it's because of the pigment that it's doing that. Yeah, that's what I did. I did 2 parts water to 1 part gum arabic in mine. So that so that's the same. I did if we're talking about ratios that I used, I looked at a few. I looked at the reasoning, and I picked one that I thought made the most sense compared to others I saw. So, but vegetable glycerin was a lot thicker. Vegetable glycerin was like the consistency of corn syrup. Yeah, this one. Onto the tray. I took your advice, Talio. No clue, Jan. I think it tastes like chemicals and metal. I think it tastes like hydrogenated chromium. That's what I think it tastes like. See, now I completely understand why people ate Tide Pods. Because of people like you. Don't overflow, please. Don't do it, Maddie. Don't do it. I implore you fuckers. Maddie, do you want YouTube power or not? Then you can't eat the paint. Maddie might be your future overlord. YouTube. Maddie's reign of terror. I get it, Maddie. I'm seeing it in person. Isn't that amazing? All it takes is colors to make things look... See, you know what? A chef should watch this, right? And realize, oh, shit. People will want to eat my stuff if it's just very vibrantly colored. Maybe the key to a restaurant is just something as simple as that, huh? Apparently not, Mud. That food did look delicious in Hook, though. You are very spot on with that. See, I'm really curious on how these greens are going to sink down, because the greens are one of the worst ones at sinking down. You know what I'm waiting for is like the dark version of Peter Pan, everybody. Like, if y'all didn't know how dark of a story Peter Pan is, well, look it up. Because it is an obscenely dark fairy tale. If you didn't know. The actual story, like the story that was as written. Does anybody know how fucked up Peter Pan is? Well, in the actual story, when the Lost Boys got too old, he would kill them. He would kill them. There you go. And there was some more fucked up stuff with, was it Winnie? Whatever her name is. There were some complications with that relationship, too. Rufio. Yeah, sounds like it, Mud. He was basically a sociopath who was obsessed with children. Or like the concept of being a kid. And there was a lot more like death, just overall. Wendy was the name, yeah. So I think for the last color today that we're going to prepare, everyone, I think we're going to do the benzimidazzolone yellow. We're not going to do the lemon yellow, I think, tonight. I don't know if I want to go that long. We'll see how I feel after the benzo yellow. If these don't sink as much, though, this new watercolor medium might be better, though. If they don't have the same sinkage and stuff like that. Suck. Both sides. It might have been something with that, Shasta. I don't remember that aspect well. I just remember it being very fucked. If only they could dry at that level. That would make this a lot easier. You talk about Peter Pan? I don't know who wrote it. All I know is I heard some how fucked up the original Peter Pan story was. Fuck. I guess we'll just... I'll need to touch up more of these, but these were the ones. Yeah. No, I mean, it's true that all OG fairy tales were fucked up. I think Peter Pan, though, just really hits on some really fucked up concepts, though. But, I mean, most fairy tales are more fucked up because they deal with child endangerment. More than anything, right? Like, like, you know, like in movies, we're used to kids kind of just being safe a lot of the time. But, like, that was not the case with older fairy tales. Right? You think about, like, it was a big deal. For example, some movie history for you. In early cinema, Frankenstein, the original Frankenstein film, there was a scene where he, they actually were going to show it. It was cut. But they showed Frankenstein throwing a little girl into water. You know, like I think it was 1930s. And apparently it caused such an uproar that I think they fired somebody on the part of the film. And they had him cut it where he, like, walks up to a little girl and then they just cut it. And then they, like, insinuate that the child was killed. But one of the first films that really had, like, a lot of that was a movie called, what was it, Sweet Alice or something? Brooke Shields' first film. No, not a chance. Not a chance, Maddie. Well, you'd be surprised how like, much of a turnoff that is for, you know... I guess it's not surprising, right? Because it's almost like a human instinct, right? But the reason why Frankenstein threw the child in the water was not because of, like, an evil thing. He was playing with the child, and he didn't, like, they made Frankenstein very dumb in the film. And he didn't understand that it wasn't playing. It was kind of like a Mice and Men type thing in that film. Yeah, Pet Sematary is a bit fucked. That is true. That foot stab or foot cut is cringeworthy. But, fun note, Stitching Geek on Pet Sematary was one of the first horror movies ever directed by a woman. If you didn't know. If not the first major motion picture that was a horror movie that was directed by a woman. I think it was the first. I forget her name. But she's kind of like a soft-spoken person. And she made that incredibly fucked up film with some incredibly fucked up scenes. Pretty cool. Mary Lambert, that's it, yeah. There is a lot of interesting cultural movements with regards to movies, specifically in the genre of horror. Hoppy Stitch, I have not used them. I cannot attest to how they are. But I'd expect them to be inconsistent, but stronger than usual paints. But I'd be willing to bet you money that they use filler. I'd be willing to bet money that they use filler. All right, so we're gonna do at least one more. Well, all water Hoppy Stitch. All watercolors need honey. All modern watercolors need honey, or like I believe a sugar of some type, unless it's just vegetable glycerin. But from what I read, honey is a necessity to watercolors because of the wetting process. It makes them. You can't just re-wet with. Sorry, you can wet with gum arabic. Yeah. So Hoppy Stitch. The reason why watercolors have been around for a while. Okay. So watercolors have been around for a long time with just gum arabic. Problem with just straight gum arabic, it's difficult to re-wet them with just gum arabic. So they'd actually have to grind the paints with water to use them. Then when they finally figured out in the 1800s that adding honey makes these paints re-wet really easily, where you could just take a brush, that was because of honey. Thank you, Rubel. So honey was a big, like, technological advance. These are all good. This one could use a little touch up. Okay. All right, so we're gonna make some more benzimidazoline yellow, everybody. We're going to make some benzimidazoline yellow. Time for some benzos, everybody. Because I only have 10 right now, right? No, I have 12. I have 12. By the way, the surfaces of the Viridian have already kind of dried. Everybody. So. Yeah, I get you, Hoppy Stitch. You know, mediums are not for everybody. Is that going to be enough? This uses a lot of medium. So, you know, we're just going to do this amount for now. And I'll make more as needed. It is a very much... I mean, it wasn't your fault. Alright, we'll start off with that. I should actually make some more medium tomorrow, too. Well, so that's a big thing with watercolors. I will say, here's my big plug for watercolors. Watercolors force you to think a lot. You have to plan in your head. You have to be measured at all times. And I think that is extremely valuable skill in painting. So I will say that watercolor, if you are painting representationally, offers you an interesting insight into being forced to think about every move you do in a measured way. And I think that's not as applicable to other mediums, right? That's why I say watercolor is kind of a terrifying medium if you're used to oil paints. Yes, yes. And frankly, I think a lot of people should, that I should not I say that. I think it would benefit a lot of people to actually face that technical challenge, to force them to really measure their decisions when painting. Yep. That's exactly why, Marty. Yellow. Yep, completely agree, Shasta. Too bad, Maddie. Not allowed. It's amazing. This one really fluffs up a lot. Like, this one is like a whipped cream. It just really stays thick and keeps its shape. A lot. Alright, there was one I needed to touch up. I think this one needed to be touched up a smidge. Yeah, they sell some like that, Marty. And when I did my palette knife paintings, I found myself wanting one like that. But I haven't found a good larger one like that. I do break them on. I've broken a lot on stream. Well, it's just because I'm so masculine and strong. Stab! I'm also a master of throwing palette knives, as my one reference shows my mastery of it. Yeah. Well, the key to any good stabbing, Mudworks is not Mudworks, Shasta, is to just yell stab. That instantly makes it a better stabbing when you yell stab.
Ooh, my.
Ooh, May. Takes notes. See? Good. That's like, what was that famous, like, I don't know if it's a meme or like, or that cop, that police report where the guy's like, what are you going to do? Stab me? And he gets stabbed. It is, it is. It's like, you know how in animes they yell their special moves while they're doing it, you know? Where it's like ultra mega galactic cannon type shit. For me, it's just stab! Now I want to see an anime like that. Where the guy's just disgusted with them yelling their moves. He just goes up to him and stabs him and yells stab. Oh my god, that'd be the best anime in the world. I would like if it was successful, but everybody judged them for it, you know? Where it's just like, well, you know, you're not supposed to yell that out. Well, why wouldn't I? You're yelling out your shit. I'm just here to stab you. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Marty. That makes sense to me. And that anime's name would be The Legend of Stabby McStabber. The man who stabbed himself. Not stabbed himself. Who stabbed his way to the top. One Punch Man is hilarious. I love that show. I've been planning to read it. I just haven't gotten around to reading it yet. But I adore that show and the concept of it. One stab man, yeah. Well, the other idea I had with the absurdity of anime is, you know how in anime nobody ever gets hurt by fire? Like, everybody is just somehow immune to fire, right? So I envision a world where fire actually is as it is and just fucking, like, murders people horrendously. So, like, whenever they use their fire powers that our protagonists will have, they just, like, aren't immune to it and just get, you know, just get wrecked. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, it's just like, you know, in like animes and cartoons or whatever, in comics, people are just like, don't get hurt by fire whatsoever. And just like, fire is one of the worst ways to get hurt. It just really is. One of the most gruesome, awful ways to get hurt. And I think that should be reflected in it. Yeah, exactly, right? Charizard, everybody's just terrified of Charizard because he sees the husks of people that died horrible deaths. Yep. I take it you're talking about Naruto, the Ninja Wizards TV show? The Ninja Wizards? Because that's what Naruto is. That's Ninja Wizards. Oh, gotcha. Fuck. Have a good one, Mal. Hope you have a great day. Hey, I need to take this call. I'm going to be muted for a bit. All right, everybody. I'm back. You're The audio is fine. Do not panic. I'm sorry I'm taking phone calls today, but there's a lot of shit going on. A lot of shit going on. How dare you? Yeah, so you did. They did counteroffer, but they gave me an asshole counteroffer. So you know, we gave them a lowball offer, but it was from a bank, right? This place is from a bank. But they only counteroffered with $1,000 less than their asking price. Like I'm some asshole. And so I bumped the offer by $5,000 and for another counteroffer. And we're gonna play the game. We're gonna see if they hold true, because the place has been on the market for almost 90 days. Almost 90 days this place has been on the market for. And, you know, that tells you something, because the place is in great condition. The place is move-in ready. But they're also selling it as is, and like, I don't know. Something's not making sense. Here, I gotta take off my glove for this one. Should stick it to my glove too much. So yeah, that was the house talk. No, an inspector has not looked at it, but I have some things I know to look out for. The roof seemed in fine shape. Granted, I didn't inspect it. There was no water smell. The basement was redone. The basement was finished and looked really well sealed. In the disclosures, there was nothing. There was no issues in the disclosures. It's in a good area of the city. Yeah. It was just, they're just not playing ball at all, it seems like. If their first offer is what, if by their counter offer is what that tells me, at least. So, moral of the story is fuck banks. Because this place is owned by the banks, by the way. It's not a person selling it. Hence why I gave a lowball offer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 1. Well, we have a good amount of benzodiazepine yellow, everybody. So once I list the Viridian, if you want to pick up more benzos, because I might make more than this. I might just make another batch too. Yeah, there are other places in Clinton, and literally one of the best places I've ever seen looking, regardless of price, opened up in Rockford, Illinois. However, I can't afford that, but I might, with how I'm currently operating financially. However, there might be some ways to go around that. Okay. Well, I don't have any more room on my sheet here. So let's clean up. Get these gloves off. Yeah, Shasta, I will make bismuth vanadate yellow lemon. I'll at least do a small batch of it, and I'll offer them up just so you can try. I think in the future, though, I want Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Lemon to be a part of the set. To the set I offer. Because Mars Crimson is going. Benzimidazoline Yellow is a good color, but it's not better than Lemon Yellow, in my opinion. And I think Lemon Yellow will go a lot farther for y'all. So I think it will provide a better value to the people who get them. So I do plan on making that, too. So we could even do another watercolor making stream tomorrow. I did kind of want to... Oh, I do need to make some oil paints. But that could be done. I could do that on my free time if need be. But the Viridian will probably be cheaper than I originally quoted, Shasta, just FYI. For anyone interested in the Viridian, considering the yield we got from the Viridian, I think there's a significant chance it'll only be about $4 to $5 that I'll be charging for, maybe like $4.50 for a half pen. Considering how much yield I got out of it. We got to see how much it shrinks down and if I need to touch it up a lot. That will dictate the price the most. How much more time I need to put into it, and you know. Okay. All right. So. We made a lot of paints today, everybody. Yeah. Oh my God, Chris Wright. We are just finishing up. So here's the Viridian, everybody. The Viridian has started to actually firm up quite a bit. Chris, give me those links. Give me those links. Fine, don't you find me. So, hi, Panicky Dinky. Welcome in. So yeah, so we made more benzo yellow. We made more cad red light. We made more cobalt turquoise. We made more chromium green. We made Viridian brand new color. There it is. Everybody go follow Chris Wright on everything. It's benzimidazoline. So it's benzie yellow. Benzie yellow. Benzie. We also made yellow ochre. I'm running a little bit short on quinacridone magenta. Do we have interest in another watercolor stream tomorrow? Do we have interest in another watercolor stream tomorrow? With going 2 days in a row? Because I really need to make quinacridone magenta, the Blue Ridge burnt sienna. I could even 6, 12, 6. I need to do Venetian red too. Like they need to be touched up. Good, Chris Wright. It's in my Discord if you'd like to see it, but they approved it, so we're just gotta wait for it to dry and varnish. But by the way, so yeah, Shasta, here, look at the Viridian is already firming up. The Viridian is already firming up. So, but we definitely need more quinacridone magenta, and then also, you know, we got to make the lemon yellow, and we got to make the other quinacridone magenta crimson. So yeah, maybe we'll go again tomorrow. But these greens are all going to sink in a lot. So these greens are all very full right now, but tomorrow, you know, you'll start to see sinks in them. Possibly with the yellow ochres as well that I made today. I also need another sheet. 5, 9, 27. So I got like 30 benzies. So anyways, basically, I'm gonna list the Viridian in probably like 4 days, barring if I have to touch them up again, right? But it'll probably be about 4 days before I list the Viridian in my shop. Same with like the Bismuth Vanadate Yellow Lemon and the Quinacridone Magenta Crimson. For anybody who's interested in those. Thank you for the raid, Chris. And everybody, please follow Chris. Chris is a good, is a great artiste and a great friend. I'm sure of it. So far, he does not murder. Does not murder. So yeah, we got a lot of Viridian here, though. So the Viridian might be a much better cost, reasonably cost than I expected, everybody. So, happy days. I'm sure they are. Wink! Blink! So, yeah. Sounds good, Amy. Oh my god! You say that and then you go in for the kill? Yeah, well, so I just made more benzies, Amy Joe. And, yeah, we'll probably make a little bit of those 2 new colors. I'm expecting the Quinacridone Magenta Crimson, though, to take a few shots at making it, because Quinacridone Magenta takes a few, I have to fill those up at least once when making them. They're not the easiest to make. They don't sink, they crack, though, and they get a lot smaller. So. I gotta try and figure out the shipping situation too. So also be patient with me on that. I really want to figure that out for everybody so you guys don't have to pay out the ass for shipping. So. Okay. So these are badly made watercolors, everybody. Yep, Chris. The set is listed on my 4th wall, where you could buy them as a set for a cheaper price or them individually for more expensive. It also comes with a curse. Thank you, Pickles. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Maddie. So, yeah. Some yellow clarions. So I guess tomorrow we're going to do more watercolors, huh? I guess we're going to do more watercolors tomorrow. Yep, there's also prints in there and merch. Yeah. If I will say, everybody, if Viridian yields like this, Viridian is definitely an option instead of chromium oxide green for the set. Yep, always an ad break at the end. So if you all really like Viridian, if you all who use this really like Viridian, let me know and I could make it a permanent staple. But compare it to chromium green. Compare it to the green here. Right? Yeah. One note on Viridian is it's not a super strong pigment as a whole. good. So yeah. So I'm just waiting for the ads. We gotta find somebody to rate, huh? Yeah, so I did do swatches of the Viridian and Cadmium Red Light. I didn't keep up with it, but today. But I'll make proper swatches. So this is Cadmium Red Light on the bottom and Viridian on the top. So you can kind of see the granulation of Viridian. And that's Cadmium Red Light. Very much so, Mizu. I should make new like proper swatches and stuff like that though, for everything. Ooh, we should rate Garg, huh? Garg, 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 Garg. I do like rating Babe, but she's always like usually so busy, and I don't like, you know, she gives us so much time. It always makes me feel bad. But I have not rated Babe in a long time. But I rarely get the chance to rate Garg though, so we are gonna rate Garg. Look at you, McMarty. I know it's her choice, but I don't want to take advantage of it. You have a great night too, Amizu. Thanks for hanging out as usual. All right, we're going to be rating Garg Draws, who is a huge friend of the channel. Don't you dare, Talia. God damn it. Good night, Mud. Nini, everybody, thank you so much. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. You did, Talia. This is what we got today. Nini, Amy, Nini, Maddie, Talia, Nini, Shasta, Pickles, McMarty, Amizu. I hope everybody has wonderful nights, days. I guess we're making more watercolors tomorrow, everybody. We're making more watercolors tomorrow. So, Chris, thank you so much for the raid. Tomorrow, if you'd like to see more watercolors being made badly, come see it. Some new colors. Some new colors as well. Yeah, right. Exactly, Talia. It's a good motto. It's a good motto. All right. We'll see everybody soon. Bye-bye.